Check audio. Check check. Check 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 check. That's not good. That's not good. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. 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 Check 1 2. Check, check, check.
Testing, testing.
Check. 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 Check pink. Good. Check. 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 Blue purple. Check. Check blue purple. Mostly blue. Check. 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 Much better. Check. Check purple. Check. Check. Mike check. Anyone named Mike stand up? It, check. 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 Are you hearing anything? Hello? Check. 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 Check purple. You there? Check one. Check. 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 Check one. Check. Check blue. Blue. Check. Blue. Blue. Check blue. One, two, four. Shut the door. Five. Check. Check. Check one. This good? Keep going. Nice. Nice. Good volume. Check one. Check. Check. Keep going. Move on. We good? One more. One. One. One.
Go back to the gray, please.
Gray one. Gray. Check.
All right.
Check.
Thank you.
Orange. Check. Check. Orange. Check one. Check two. Check. Check. Mike. Check. Anyone? Mike. Please stand up.
That's good. Thank you.
Check yellow. Check one. One. Oh wait, where was Mike? Mike. Check one. Mike check. Mike. Anyone? Mike. Can't do a mic check. There's no mics.
All right. I think
Keep
we're good.
going.
Thank you, Jerry. And can our moderators check their mic, please?
Do you need? You had one more. Pink.
Sounds good.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Good evening. Welcome to the 2024. We're good.
What's it there? Geographic convenience.
If we could get our presidential candidates up on the stage, we'll get started here in just a couple minutes. There is no order. You can play musical chairs.
Hey, David. Good to see you, man.
Check, check. Hello, hello.
Yeah, that's one too. All right. Got a lot of this? Good.
Yes, we were doing better than some of the debate. It's not 100 degrees up here, 80 in water.
I wore pink.
Thank you. It's International Women's Day.
I'm gonna swap.
Should have worn my yellow. I'm being. That's really nice.
Nobody wants that, Mike.
I'd sit next to you, Lord. That's a pretty picture, Mike. Wait. Mike, that's a pretty. Thanks very much. Those are nice, Mike. They are glossy. Glossy. Feel like a mini. I'm going to sit next to you. Wait, I'm going to put it over here, Mike. I'll come sit to you later. Is it true? Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Rechtenwald is ill this evening and he will not be participating.
He found out Joe was moderating.
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. It's good.
Don't tell them the bad
Don't
stuff.
listen.
Don't listen to
No
anything.
matter what that man says. Not true. I'm the only one you can trust.
Hey, man, I'm just the podcaster.
This thing is hot.
This thing is hot, buddy. And I peak mics, famously.
Give me a mic check now, Josh, please.
Check, 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 check. If it's good for you, it's fine for me. You sometimes get a little hot. Let me know.
I was asked to test my microphone. Does everyone have a brochure? Is there anyone who didn't get one? Ma'am, did you get a brochure?
He does this at every convention, in case you're wondering.
These are new. This is a new
This isn't
brochure.
new. He's lying.
So if you got one last week, you need a new one. These are different. These are better.
He used AI on the photo.
They are very glossy.
We're gonna do a little seminar on the brochure. It's actually 4 panels. You need to open it up all the way to get the contact information there. There's my phone number. If anyone would like to contact John, I will pass on his. Ask me the
Do not
question. I
give
will
this man
pass
your
it on
phone
to
number if
Josh,
you're here for
okay?
me, please.
And I'll get you the answer.
Mike has the data. Are we ready to roll?
Yeah, let's get this thing rolling, huh?
All right. Good evening. Welcome to the 2024 Libertarian Party of Illinois Presidential Debate Forum. Before we get started, I was asked by Justin Tucker to remind everyone that there are still hospitality wristbands available at the registration desk. They are $20 if you pay in cash, $25 electronically. I'm sure they'll barter with you. They are libertarians. If you have not hospitality suite, it is worth when you show up. My name is Steve C. One of two moderators for tonight's debate. In addition to being a teacher, journalist, and media personality, a Libertarian candidate for local office, and a former chair of the Libertarian Party of Illinois. To my left, and co-moderating tonight's forum with me, she needs no introduction, is the 2020 Libertarian nominee for President of the United States, Joe Jorgens. This forum will consist of opening statements for each candidate and then 10 questions from the Libertarian Party of Illinois. After the 10 numbered questions, we will have time for questions from the audience at the podium to the audience's left of the stage. Let's go ahead and meet our candidates quickly. Starting from left to right, we have physician Dr. Charles Belay. Political scientist Jacob Hornberger. Entrepreneur Lars Mapstead. Economist Mike Termont. Former Georgia Senate candidate Chase Oliver. Film producer and 2000 LP vice presidential nominee Art Olivier. And finally, on the right, veteran and former vice chair of the Libertarian National Committee, Joshua Smith. Again, thank you to all of tonight's candidates for making the trip and attending. I know everyone in the room who's seeking to be a delegate has a tough choice ahead of them. Before we begin with opening statements, let's get some ground rules for tonight's debate. First, each candidate will have 2 minutes for an opening statement. A yellow placard will be raised at the audio-video table after 1 minute and 30 seconds as a 30-second warning. A red placard will be raised at the AP table when you reach your 2 minutes. Ms. Jorgensen and I will very much make sure you guys are all holding true to these time limits. We'll give you about 5 seconds once that red card goes up. Please do not make us turn off your microphones, but we do have the capability to do that. We will begin with questions after the opening statements have finished. Candidates will be given a 1 minute time frame to answer each question. Much like the opening statements, a yellow placard will be raised at the table after 30 seconds, and a red placard will be raised at the end of the minute. If a candidate is mentioned by name by an opponent, then the named candidate is entitled to a 30-second rebuttal immediately. A red placard will again be raised at the AV table at the 30-second mark. With the rules set, let's get started with our opening statements. I guess we'll just go left to right, and we will make sure that we're giving candidates fair treatment tonight as far as who gets to go first during the debate as well. So let's start our 2 minute opening statement with physician Dr. Charles Belay.
I'd like to thank every one of you for allowing me the opportunity to be here before you today. It's quite an honor, and I'd like to thank all of my colleagues. This is actually a very fun event. Thank you guys for having us. I'm Charles Ballet. I'm a head and neck surgeon, ear, nose, and throat physician in New Orleans, Louisiana. I trained in New Orleans, in Louisiana. I trained in Texas. I trained in California. I had a practice in Texas. I moved back to New Orleans. My idea of libertarianism is that this should be a household thing. I think that we espouse values that this country is making right now. I do not want to see a two-party system. I believe in fairness. I believe in equality. I believe in personal choice. I believe in immigration. Most of all, we need to stop fighting wars in countries. Give me the opportunity to be the candidate this year. I promise you, I will work as hard as I possibly can to make libertarianism known across this country. Thank you.
Mr. Hornberger, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be here with y'all again. Our job in this party, lead American freedom. That's our job. And I can guarantee you that that is never going to be accomplished if we are in this party running presidential campaigns that advance socialism. Because socialism is the antithesis of freedom, the opposite of freedom. And yet for 20 years now, we've been running presidential campaigns that advocate the continuation of Social Security and Medicare, which are the crown jewels of American socialism, which depend necessarily on the initiation of force, violation of our core principle of this party and of this philosophy, in violation of the pledge that every one of us to never support the initiation of force. I submit and I contend that if we are going to lead America to freedom, then we need to restore the original founding principles of this party, including open borders. Because the support for the last 20 years of this immigration control system, in one form or another, violates the libertarian core of the non-aggression principle. As Ludwig von Mises said, it is this policy that brings chaos, crisis, death, suffering, and a massive police state along the border. if we're going to lead America to freedom, which is our job, we need to restore the original founding principles of this party, reject socialism in all of its variations, and a campaign of pure principle for this, what we call our party. Thank you very much.
Lars Mapstead, you have 2 minutes.
Lars Mapstead. How many of you watched the State of Our Dysfunctional Union last night? How many of you were tired of hearing the lies spewed out by our president and the people in that room? I'm completely fed up with it. I'm sick of the propaganda. I'm sick of the gaslighting that we get all the time from our government. I was remembering about Iraq and how they told us there were weapons of mass destruction, and that's why we had to go in there and attack Saddam Hussein. And I'm thinking about how the government lies to us about our debt. We're $34 trillion in debt, and they seem to not care at all. They seem to think it's money pot that we can keep going to. They're funding foreign wars that we can't afford. They're funding all kinds of things that we can't afford. They lie to you about Social Security and Medicare and tell you that it's fine, but it's completely bankrupt. The lies just go on. And when I'm listening to that speech, I'm just getting outraged because they're literally lying to our faces, and they expect the American people to buy it, and a lot of them do, right? I know the people in this room, you guys are here because you know freedom. You want to limit the government. That's what I'm doing. That's why I'm here. And together we can do that. I have a plan to win the Libertarian Party on election. I want to win an electoral vote for the Libertarian Party. I want them to go across the map on election night and say California is blue, Texas is red. What the hell is this gold cat doing on the map? I want to throw a complete wrench in the duopoly. I want to extend the middle finger to the duopoly because I'm sick of them lying to us over and over again. Our criminal justice system is a complete joke. We have to end the 50-year war on drugs. We have to get rid of qualified immunity. We have to get rid of civil forfeiture. I have 37 pieces of policy: unrigging our economy, unrigging our healthcare system, unrigging our criminal justice system, and my biggest piece is unrigging our election system, because without getting ballot access, without fixing our election system, we cannot change anything. Go to lars24.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Next up is Mike Termott.
Everybody get a brochure? I want to make sure we're on the same page here. It's good to be back in Illinois. I went to elementary school in Des Plaines and middle school in Mount Prospect. I went to high school in Arlington Heights. And all of the schools that I attended are now closed. They've been turned into parks and turned into other service facilities. But my family is still here. And so it's always a great joy to be here. And I'm really grateful for the time that we have together. I'm also grateful for the time with these guys. They're all terrific. Every one of their campaigns is, in one way or another, the real deal. And each one of these guys represents a campaign that would well represent their party if they were the nominee for president. The reason I'm in this race is not just because we have a huge opportunity in 2024, which we do, and I think we all understand that, right? We also have an obligation. We have an obligation to get this right. We have an obligation to get this right because, if you're waiting for a Republican politician to lead the charge back to a constitution of the limited powers, right? If you're waiting for a Democratic politician to lead the charge toward an anti-war, unmilitaristic foreign policy, waiting for something that's not going to happen. If you're waiting for a politician who's in today to limit the amount of money that we're spending to change our monetary policy, to get rid of the Federal Reserve System, to stand up for your Second Amendment rights, to stand up for your First Amendment rights, to stand up to your Fourth Amendment rights, you're waiting for something that's not going to happen. It's up to us. It's up to you. We have to get this right. I'm in the race because I was a professional economist for 2 decades. I've worked for Congress before, as a second career as a police officer for 11 years in South Florida. I've been around the block. I know how to communicate the issues. But more importantly, I have lived the issues. This is how to run a professional campaign. I look forward to talking to you.
Thank you, Mike. Next up is Chase Oliver.
Hello, LP Illinois. I'm very happy to be back here in the state. My name is Chase Oliver. I do want to be our Libertarian candidate for president because I believe our party has a golden opportunity. Over 60% of voters in a recent poll said that they are willing to vote for somebody who is not Donald Trump or Joe Biden if they have something to vote for. And that is our task. Campaign for that people can feel good about voting for. You know, I'm somebody who's run for office before. In fact, when I ran for U.S. Senate in 2022, I forced a runoff in the most expensive U.S. Senate race in history. The Republicans and Democrats spent $250 billion, and with $20,000, I disrupted the duopoly. Imagine what we could do with a full-fledged campaign across all 50 states. I want to run because I believe our message of freedom is the best political vehicle in this country to wake people up to the abuses of an overly abusive and intrusive government. We need to fight against all abuses. I got started in politics because I opposed the warfare state. I'm anti-war to the core, and I want to see every single troop sent back home. I want to see all the bases closed. I want to see our foreign policy rooted in diplomacy instead of warfare and dropping bombs on innocent people. I think that's the message that resonates. I think when we speak to people about the economic issues that happen at their kitchen table, and they see their dollars getting buying less and less at the grocery store, their rents are going up. We need to address why this is. It's because of the inflation that is caused by corporate greed. Corporations have always been greedy. It's caused by our government turning trillions of dollars out of thin air and devaluing every single one of your dollars, whether it's in your pocket, your business, or your bank account. That is the hidden tax of inflation. We have to have a message against it out there. I have formed a campaign that has traveled across the entire country. We will hit all 50 states before our 2024 convention because I believe we need to be seen as a real national party and a national effort. I have put together donors across all 50 states. We have hundreds of volunteers who are ready to get out and fight for liberty. And actually, we're ready to get out here and get those donors or those signatures we need to get on the ballot here in Illinois. So every single Illinois voter has an option outside of the broken duopoly to vote for. I want to be a part of that effort. Please go to my website, votechaseolive.com. You can also become a volunteer to help join the hundreds of people who are going to be fighting for freedom in the country. Thank you.
Art Olivier is up next.
That's it. In the 35 years that I've been a member of the Libertarian Party, I ran for state assembly back in 1990. I ran for city council, lost. 94, I ran for city council and won. I became the mayor of Bellflower, California. At the time, it was 70,000 people. I didn't run for re-election. I did run for vice president, and I was honored to be nominated by, followed in her footsteps. She was the nominee in 96. I was the nominee in the year 2000. That race, I was out of state 6 days with. So it was just nonstop campaigning from the time that I nominated for vice president until the general election. A very, very busy time. 2006, I was the nominee for governor of California. There, working against Arnold Schwarzenegger. They actually had a full-time person in the Schwarzenegger campaign who followed my campaign. And anytime that I would go to any event, organizing event, we would call the night before with a threat or a bribe saying they had to cancel my appearance. And almost half of them got canceled, and the other half, of course, told my staff, "Oh, you know what? We called him Schwarzenegger last night." So he was worried that, being that he's a Republican, Republicans are supposed to be for lower taxes and all that kind of stuff. Well, he kept raising taxes. I, as the mayor, tax stopped every instance of eminent domain, private, did all the things that libertarians say we're going to do. And this will be the first time that we can have a presidential candidate.
Thank you, Art. Our final 2 minutes go to Joshua Smith.
What's going on, Libertarians of Illinois? Thank you so much for having me. Everybody feel okay? You guys are kind of quiet. Everybody doing all right? Awesome. My name is Joshua Smith. For those of you who don't know me, I was an at-large representative on the Libertarian National Committee for 2 terms from 2018 through 2022, and then vice chair. We don't have to talk about that, but I was the vice chair of the LNC for a brief time. I've run for state rep in Washington as well. But I'm running for president. I know that it might sound a little strange to some people because I'm just a blue-collar, working-class guy, father of 7. But that's why I'm running. I want to give a voice to that section of America, the section of America that has been absolutely the most harmed by the federal government. The section of America that's becoming poor at such a drastic rate that we almost can't keep up. Eventually, we're not going to have a middle class in America. The blue-collar working class are all going to be poor. There's going to be 2 classes here. It's going to be the elite and the rest of us. We need to change that before it goes completely off the rails. I'm running a a brash, bold, brave, unapologetic campaign based around ending the Federal Reserve, this giant counterfeiting machine that steals our wealth through a tax called inflation, absolutely props up the warfare state. We're going to talk about the warfare state. We're at war in more than 20 countries. It's insane. Humanitarian crises in Yemen that's causing hundreds of thousands of deaths, 500,000 dead in Iraq. It's 40 years now we've been bombing Iraq. 40 years. There was a 6-year-old kid sitting on my coffee table watching Iraq 1, and we're still dropping bombs. It's got to stop soon. I also want to specifically talk about the separation of families that's being subsidized by the federal government through Title 4D of the Social Security Act. I don't know what it is. We'll get into it at some point in this debate. But the federal government in 1971 signed this into law. Since then, we've gone from 1 in 6 children living in a fatherless home to 1 in 4 just since 1971. If you want to talk about the crux of the problems, that's where you'll find it. Please go to joshuasmith2024.com and check out my website. Let me know what you think. Thank you, guys.
Good evening. We're going to start with the first question, and we're going to start with Charles Belay and then go right down the line. And you don't have to wait for your name to be called after the person before you finishes. Feel free to just stand up and answer the next one. I would like to point out something, however. I am a school teacher, and I will think nothing of cutting you off if you talk past the red light. So the first question. It is estimated that more than 7.2 million immigrants have entered the United States illegally since Joe Biden took office in 2021. In Chicago and other Illinois cities, tax dollars are being spent to house and shelter immigrants, putting a strain on an already scarce resources. Some libertarians believe in the right to unrestricted travel and voluntary settlement. Others believe the consent of those already living there must be considered. Where do you stand on the immigration crisis? And as president, what steps would you take to resolve it?
So, how much time? 1 minute.
This is a point of mine that's near and dear. I actually just 3 days ago I was at a person's house who barely the whole process. I stand where immigration is illegal immigration. The reason why people keep flooding into this country is simply because there's goods and services and healthcare and dollars, et cetera, that are given. And from coming from a third world country into the United States of America, to think that you're going here and you would take years in your homeland to actually achieve it's something it's of a dream. But you also have to look at it from a fair standpoint. If you go through the line and you're through the line, and somehow the line gets longer because you've had to actually concede your point where you are in line to the person who's actually come across illegally, I don't think it's fair. But at the same time, shame on us for actually providing all the goods and services that allow or attract these people. If I put out a plate of food and there's going to be flies.
Let me just mention real quick, it's the same rules before the yellow is 30-second warning. I mean, no, you were fine, but since you asked your question.
As I have argued for 30 years, more than 30 years, there is one cause of this morass, and that's central planning. I grew up in Georgia. I spent more than 30 years there. All of the morass you see there, the death, the suffering, the concertina wire, the free hotels, the refugee camps, everything is rooted in this dysfunctional social system. I've argued for more than 30 years there is only one solution, and that's the libertarian solution. Open borders. There is no other solution. The free movements of goods, services, and people across the borders. There is no other solution. That is what is consistent with the libertarian non-aggression principle. It is consistent with our founding principles, and it is the only solution because freedom and free markets work. When you cross the border, you're engaging in peaceful activity. When I was driving here, I was crossing borders all along the way. I was not violating rights. Same thing applies to an international border. We need to open the border, open borders, and this crisis and all the death and suffering evaporates.
A lot. And what I do is I turn the question back around and I ask people, what is it about the immigration system that you don't currently like? And a lot of times what we end up with is people don't like human trafficking. People don't like people coming for the welfare state. People don't like moms and kids having to climb under barbed wire. Right? So I think the issue here is that we can't have a welfare state and have open borders. We have to get rid of the welfare state in order to have more people coming across. People should be allowed to come to seek the American dream, just like my grandparents came to Oak Ridge, Illinois here from Sweden and made a life for themselves. We need immigration in order to make our economy grow, but we can't do that with a welfare state. The chaos at the border is a complete scam. It's run by our government. We need to end the chaos by allowing for people to match people with jobs, allow corporations to sponsor people so that they can get to work immediately so that they can start living and earning that American dream.
Thanks a lot. Lars is exactly right. We need to end the welfare state, and we need to recognize that immigration is good for the United States. It is also true that illegal immigration is bad for the United States. Talk about exactly why that is. You heard a couple of answers here that I don't like. I don't like the simplistic answer of throwing the border open completely wide open and disrespecting what Americans view as a good idea, which is to have some reasonable vetting as people come across the border. We need to deploy the technology at the border so that we can vet people across rapidly. I also don't like this idea of suggesting that the reason that people want to come to the United States is because they're seeking free food and likening them to flies. This is not the way to treat people who want to come to the United States. Immigration is good for the United States. We want more immigration. We need to do it in a dignified fashion. And we need to get a hold of the border so that we don't go through a trafficking problem that has created a human crisis of epic proportion. Thanks a lot.
So I support an Ellis Island model for immigration. I think if you want to come to this country, you should be able to come right to the port of entry, do a background check that you can do now, not days or weeks, like years ago. Not one for a crime that requires extradition. You should be able to come here, get to work, and put your American dream down. That means getting rid of a lot of the giant immigration apparatuses that currently exist. When I talk to business owners on the border in El Paso, they desperately wanted to hire some of these immigrants, but they couldn't because they were waiting for their asylum date and they had no documentation of work. So what did these immigrants have to rely on? The city services and the local churches that were being stretched then. We can do absolutely better by allowing people just to come here and work, put down their American dreams. 40% of us have done. 40% of people can trace their roots back through Ellis Island. That's the model that we should be continuing. That's the model that will grow this country, grow the economic pie, and see more people seeking economic prosperity. Thank you.
In a libertarian world, there wouldn't be any need for a border. But we are far from that in this country. I'm from Los Angeles County, and we have a situation there that is now coming over here. We have, you go to an emergency room in LA County. Most of the emergency rooms have been shut down. They are flooded with people that speak English, have no insurance, that go there if they have a cold, because that way they don't have to pay for their cold medicine. And it's not sustainable, obviously. That's why 5 emergency rooms have been shut down in Los Angeles. And so I am opposed to the initiation of forced political gain. And that is all the freedoms we have. We're showing all these people. I mean, I worked with people that were immigrants back when I was doing construction, and they came to work.
Time.
For freebies.
A lot of times people ask me in podcasts or on shows that I've done, what's your least libertarian position? And this is definitely the one. I know that to most libertarians, it's not the position, but it's something that we do as libertarians, especially when we're opposite the national level, is we like to speak and we forget to listen. And we are running to govern a country, a nation of people that believe this country is legitimate, the government is legitimate. And a lot of those people are opposed to this free movement of borders. Look, 1.5 Nazis invaded Poland. We had 6 million people come across the Texas border last year. I've never heard of anything not being an invasion of 6 million people. That's insane. It's unsustainable. We're giving out $10,000 gift cards and free healthcare, free college. I mean, this is costing the taxpayer billions of dollars, and we figure that out. If that means ending the entitlement program, then we can start thinking about an open border situation. We've got to vet people. We've destroyed countries around the world, and now we're just opening up the borders and letting anybody come in. I mean, that could really harm a lot of Americans. So I'm opposed to
Josh,
this. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to our second question. House Bill 4876 was just introduced in the Illinois legislature. If passed, it would require by law for parents to affirm their child's chosen gender by providing medical treatments they may or may not agree with. Doctors who provide these services would also be immune from prosecution. Can minors consent to medical treatment, or is it a parent's job to assess their child's medical needs? And should parents, not the state, have the final say in what's best for their children? We'll start answers with Mr. Hornberger this time.
Well, we always begin with a default provision that families control what goes on inside the family. But we know that there are limits. I mean, if a parent engages in sex abuse or something like that, the state should intervene. And when it comes to this issue of transgenderism, I think every parent should be free to consult with the child, seek therapy, get counseling. But when it comes to life-changing surgery, something like that, the child cannot consent by law. He cannot. And so I believe that at that point where there's going to be some life-changing surgery or some life-changing drug, the line has to be stop it. The state has to intervene to stop that until the child reaches the age of consent, which in our country is 18. Then the child or the adult at that point can make his own decisions. So counseling, yes. Therapy, yes. But life-changing decisions, absolutely not. The state has the legitimate authority to.
So I have two daughters, and if they came to me and said that they wanted to change their sex or change their gender, that would put me in an interesting, mostly because I wouldn't really understand it, but I want to give what's best for my kid. And I have a friend who had exactly this situation happen to him, and he didn't know how to handle it. And I was saying, this is a really challenging thing. And eventually his child transitioned because his child was going to kill themselves if they weren't allowed to transition. And I'm trying to make that choice for me with my kids. I don't know that I can do that. So I don't think that the state should be involved in this at all, because it's parents' responsibility, and parents know what's best for their kids way more than the state does, just like you know what's best for you way more than the state does.
We want the state to be involved in as little as possible in our lives. We want the state to be as involved, not only as little, but as infrequently as absolutely possible. And when the issues become more personal, we want the state to be even less involved. We recognize as a society that we demand for an age of consent to be reached, for certain activity to take place. This is something that we have agreed on as a society. Not for many things, for very few things. Jacob is right. We do not require an age of consent to be reached for therapy. We do not require it to be reached for certain treatments. But a discretionary operation that's going to change the rest of your life in profound ways, in fundamental of ways. An individual must be in a participating manner. And until you're a certain age, how can you? You literally cannot appreciate the implications for the future until you've reached an age of consent. And that's why we need to ask people to wait.
Let's go ahead and start with two things. One, I oppose that bill. 100% parents should have control over their own kids. Secondly, I don't support surgeries for anybody under the age of 18. That being said, there are kids who suffer from gender dysphoria. They should be allowed, with their parents consulting for them, being their advocate, to access therapy and medical care, because that's what we ask parents to do. Parents have unconditional love for their kids, for the most part, and they're going to be the best advocate, the best person want to protect that child, not the state. The state will not do a great job of protecting your children. You as parents have. But I also believe in allowing parents to make that choice in consultation with their children and a medical professional, not having your freedom be restricted. But again, no surgeries under 18. I absolutely oppose a bill that would take people's kids away from them and deciding to raise them the way they see fit. I don't believe we need a culture war in this country, and that's exactly what happens when the government involved in cultural issues. Let the free market of ideas and adults being responsible for their children be responsible for this decision, not me, not a politician.
In California, if a child identifies as a different sex, the teachers are not allowed. There are school boards in California that are not following the law, and they're being sued by the Attorney General. That, I believe, is wrong. Should be up to parents. I'm not a child, because that is a life-changing operation. So we need to keep the government out of those decisions.
Mental health in the United States is absolutely atrocious. The job of the mental health care physician or worker or specialist is to help people come to terms with reality. We've gotten into this way of society where we decided to start helping people come to terms with the side of reality. And these doctors, obviously, they're making profit off these things, off these drugs, off these mutilative surgeries. I believe that the doctors look. We punish parents who abuse their children. We punish doctors who abuse children. We punish hopefully teachers who abuse children, things like that. I believe that it's child abuse 100%. I think that physicians and healthcare workers and mental health workers that push children towards these mutilative surgeries and these life-altering drugs should be charged the same way that we charge child abuse. Now, I am against that bill. I do think the parents have some say, but I think surgeries, absolutely not. I think the life-altering drugs as well has to be pushed out the window. Thank you.
I'd like to echo what most of said up here. I have to deal with many things that you just don't let a child make a decision. Their brains are malleable. They're not adults. We've become such a woke society. We lose a good sense of reasoning in our society, and I think we need to be brought back to some center level. Unfortunately, some children don't have good parents, or their parents maybe munch out, or they're actually trying to portray what it is that they want the child. There is a role in this, like Jacob said, where these children need to be protected. I can't advocate for someone making a decision at such a young age.
I apologize for that. I'm used to being on the other side of the debate stage, answering the questions. So, for the third question, we'll start with Lars Mapstead. And just a reminder, you do not have to all just go ahead, stand up and speak to the person before you finish it. So there is a growing concern among the parents and educators in our school systems that exploit their authority and emotional connections with students to condition them to think in structured ways and adopt ideological beliefs outside of core subjects. In Chicago and many other large districts, students' math and reading skills are near historic lows. What is your plan to return to the U.S. education system that teaches required life skills and to move away from cultural indoctrination?
So, like I said, I have two young daughters. One of my daughters, I live in California, so you can imagine what the indoctrination is. So, my daughter was going to a school and she came home with all these different ideas that were not things that I would prefer. And we had quite a lot of arguments about this going back and forth. And I'm proud to say that I won her over libertarian ideas. And so I think the thing is the President of the United States doesn't have a lot of room to go over education. But the one thing that we can do is we can abolish the Department of Education, which has done nothing. which has done nothing but make the test scores of our students go down. Government breeds mediocrity. The more government we have, the more mediocre we become. And this is very apparent in our school systems. We need to allow competition in our school systems so that we can have better educated children that aren't.
Pick up exactly where Lars left off because he was on a great rail there, right? I wish he had 5 minutes to keep going. We need to get the government out of the school system. This scores that Joe was referring to are for public schools. Public schools are going down the toilet. They do absolutely suck. There's no question about it. I've raised 2 kids, public school, private school. You know the difference. We need to get the government out of our public school system so that we have a choice of where the kids are going to go to school. The private schools are doing a great job, but it's tough to compete if they don't have access to the money. School choice is a very good stepping stone to where we want to go as libertarians, which is to get the government out of something together. And we will have a choice that when the kids come home with these silly ideas, we can go to another choice as far as what school can be raised at, right? Thanks a lot.
So federally, a president of the United States should, the bare minimum, completely eliminate the Department of Education. But what we need is real choice in education, free market education. Parents, as the consultation with their kids, should be able to find a school that is best for them. I'm from the city of Atlanta, and let me just tell you, our public schools are pretty terrible. They're so bad that teachers and administrators got together and they committed conspiracy to keep on tests so they can get more funding. If you're a parent in Atlanta, you probably want more options for your kids when they go to school. And let me tell you right now, when it comes to what they teach, and all these things, that should be in the hands of parents to decide the best school for them, what they're going to teach. And that's how we're going to have a better condition for another generation of critical thinkers and lifelong learners in this country.
We got a Department of Education that educates no one. All they do is they take money from the states, a bunch of rules, and if you follow those rules, the states can have that money back. It's totally ridiculous. But we're all running for president. As president, we're not going to tell the states how to run their education. All I would do is simply not fund the Department of Education.
Since 1979, with the institution of the Department of Education, spending has quadrupled and test scores have largely stayed the same or dropped. It's an absolute abomination to the United States in education. I would get rid of it as soon as I possibly could, under what power we could. I'd make an executive order for any funds left over for education to follow students and not schools. I think that's the most important part of this, is the fact that money follows the schools so they can do whatever they want because they don't have to compete for children and their dollars anymore. On top of that, these teachers unions are absolutely out of control. There's got to be something the federal government can do. But also culturally, this mandate on DEI and cultural issues from the federal government, it's been passed and put into play by executive order. It needs to go away too, so we can set the example from the top. Thanks.
So I'm from New Orleans, which is not unique amongst many cities in this country where I was trained throughout adolescence by the Jesuits. We had to sacrifice because our public school system is abhorrent in New Orleans, in Louisiana. And you can look at it. We're the lowest in the course, right? We look up to California in these places because even the public schools, in many cases, are good, right? So you have to do it. But so when it comes down to it, my belief is that the government should perhaps have some litmus tests you can pass so that you can in society. But it should not be in charge of a woke society to teach your kids things that you as a parent would not want. I mean, reading, writing, arithmetic. We can't do that. That's what the kids need so that they can go on and foster better lives should they choose to do other things in life outside of reading, writing, and arithmetic. Thank you.
This is one of the areas where I disagree with my honorable opponents here. If we're going to lead America to freedom, we've got to let them know what freedom is. Ronald Reagan called for the abolition of the Department of Education. It's a no-brainer. We have to go further than that. We have to make the case for the separation of school and state entirely. To get government entirely out of education
Thank you, Mr. Hornberg. Our fourth question, we will start with Mike Dermott. 4 years ago, in March 2020, we were subjected to one of the most egregious periods of government overreach in a generation. What was your opinion of the steps taken by public health officials at the time? Has it changed at all in light of current evidence? And as president, what can be done to ensure medical tyranny never happens?
It was one of the worst periods in the history of our nation, one of the most the worst periods in a generation. At the time, look, I had a paper out in April of 2020 talking against the economic shutdowns. Professional economy, you get where I was coming from. As a cop, I was already fighting with the leadership of my city about what it is that we were going to do as police officers in passing the word. And I'm very proud, by the way, of the stance that my police officers took against forcing a lot of what the governor of Florida wanted to do. It is absolutely critical that we separate all of science, not just medicine, but all of science from the federal government and from state government. My opinion at the time was that the state should not be involved. My opinion now is that it damn well shouldn't be involved, because now we know not only did the state do a crappy job of managing the situation, but they lied to you while they were doing it. They lied to you about the vaccine, lied to you about how it was developed, they lied to you about the efficacy of what they helped you do about it.
My opinion on listening to the government about health advice is my advice about listening to the government about any really advice. Best to ignore them and figure out what you're going to do for yourself, family, and your community. That's what I did. I made my own decisions, and I did not support the initiation of force on anybody. I have always, and will always, oppose mandates. I will always, and always, oppose lockdowns. And I think that it needs to be the correct response to general skepticism. Anything the government ever does, it shouldn't have had to wait for COVID for a lot of people to wake up to that fact. But now millions of Americans are awake to the fact that the government is sketchy, that the government lies to you all the time. And we need to use this as a golden opportunity to keep exposing the lies that government tells, not just with COVID, but with every single aspect of government, whether it's the warfare state starting wars based on BS, or whether it's eminent domain stealing your land to build a gas pipeline or an immigration wall. Whatever the government is doing, we need to expose why they're doing it and the lies they're telling. COVID is no different, and we should continue to expose government's lies at every single level.
The other name for government-funded science is politics. That's what we had. It was all politics. In October of 2019, they had Event 201 in New York. This is where all of the World Health organizations from different countries, all the media, the bankers, everybody met at Johns Hopkins. And they decided what their role will be, just in case there is a new novel coronavirus that is spread from a bat to a human. And 2 months later, of course, we had exactly that. And everybody at that meeting followed those protocols that they were taught. You know, we know that the unifunction research was at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and that all moved on to Wuhan. So this is what I call quiet.
4 years ago, almost exactly the day, I was in Peoria at the Libertarian Party of Illinois convention. I was moderating the presidential debate in Florida. I left there 2 days later. I went back to California, and they started showing me. And I exiled myself from the whole state of California. I moved to Iowa. I never looked back. My opinion then was, as a child of 9/11, who joined the military after 9/11 based on lies, was that I had the thought that the government was probably going to lie to exert more power over its citizens. Today, my opinion is they absolutely 100% lied to exert more power over the citizens of the United States. There's no doubt about it. Their actions, their steps killed people, likely way more people than this virus did. These people need to be held accountable. We need to put them in front of a court immediately, and they need to go to jail for crimes against humanity, 100%. Thank you so much.
So I'll start this by saying it's your body and your choice. This is something that I had to deal with directly because I was in the middle of it. I was a guy that needed to put airways and traits, and they called because either I'm too stupid to know better, or basically I had the guts to do it, depending on how you think about it. I remember being on conferences. Governor would be on, etc., and they'd show, all right, so you have this many people coming in, this many events are going to be needed, this is, etc. And I think originally, there was probably good intent by good people, but ultimately the government continued this for far too long. We have a mayor from California. She almost destroyed New Orleans culture, Mardi Gras, etc., by keeping the government at bay. You can't go out, you can't do whatever, for an extended period of time, which was wrong. Of course, it's easy to be a Monday morning politicians in power are going to keep their power. It was brought to my attention the other day, which I had completely forgot because of just it was that.
This time.
Okay, sorry.
Thanks.
In a presidential campaign, I believe that it's our job to raise people's vision to a higher level of what freedom is. When you vest government with power, you have to assume that the worst people are going to exercise that power. You have to make that assumption, and that they're going to abuse that power. So what I have long argued with respect to healthcare, the freedom and permanent answer, you've got to get government entirely out of healthcare. Remove the power, separate healthcare in the state the way our ancestors separated church and state. We don't worry about government officials interfering with churches today and the abuses in church, abuse of power in churches, because there's a separation. We need to do that at both the state and the federal level. Abolish the FDA, abolish the Centers for Disease Control, remove the state power to impose lockdowns or do anything with respect to health care. Separate the two, and then we can all live in freedom without worrying that power is going to be abused because they don't have the power to exercise that power.
So I watch a lot of financial news, and I remember watching China locking down their citizens and welding the doors shut on their. And I thought to myself, God, I live in America, and that would never happen to us, right? Look, our government completely failed us. Cuomo, Trump turned COVID into a political football, and they pitted citizen against citizen, and that's wrong. The government's only task should have been to inform citizens, to allow them to make the right decision with their doctor what they should do. And we should not have been guilting people and making people feel bad for their decisions, which we did. And this just led to a culture of lies from our government, and we need to stop that. So what I would suggest is that next time we have a situation like this, we inform the citizens so that they can make a proper choice for themselves because they know what's best for them. Look, out of me completely, and that is one of the reasons I'm running for president, because I don't want to see that go again.
Time. For question 5, we're going to NATO ceased to be a defensive alliance after the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991. The expansion of the alliance has created growing tensions with Russia. Should the United States remain a part of NATO and continue to use tax dollars to fund European military forces?
No. But seriously, I don't believe the United States needs to keep entangling itself in military alliances around the world that cause us to have to go into a world war. It should be common sense, but radical position, radical position in our own government. I support the right of people, if they want to defend themselves in Ukraine, they can absolutely do it. If Europe wants to help them, more power to them. Do not ask that the United States has to defend itself. Now, I've long said, though, that one thing we could do is if you're a Russian member of the military or, frankly, a Ukrainian member of the military is being forcefully conscripted into your service, you should be able to come to the United States with an asylum claim. Let's just ruin the morale of both sides and push their armies back across their own borders that way without having to fire a single shot. But no more contribution to the warfare state. Absolutely. When I say I'm anti-war to the core, I mean it. We only fight when our sovereign nation is attacked and only when Congress declares a war. Anything else is immoral, wrong, and it leads to people's dying at the hands of the United States. And I will not stand for it if I'm elected president.
Well, I think everybody is going to agree. There shouldn't be a NATO. NATO, it's a Cold War relic. It wasn't a good idea ever. And we shouldn't spend a dime of our taxpayers' money on fighting foreign wars. One of the biggest operations that NATO did was the invasion of Serbia. So we went over there and we split that country up with Serbia to the north and Kosovo to the south. And we have one of the largest military bases in the world in Kosovo. That's kind of what NATO does. They just invade countries, bomb the heck out of them, and we pick up the tab. So no more NATO.
Diplomatic trade deals that benefit American citizens first, for all, and entangling alliances with none. Come on. Absolutely 100%. Not only should we leave NATO, we should stop funding NATO entirely. And the thing is that we founded NATO. We were one of the biggest founders, one of the biggest contributors, and all of the money that goes to NATO has really just continued to push war around the world, especially in Europe. So, no, the easiest answer is no, we should no longer be a part of NATO, but also we need to stop funding wars around the world. I talked a little bit about that in my opener, but we have caused mass destruction and death around the world for the last, 7 decades, couple generations. It's gone on long enough. No more foreign aid, no more warfare around the country or the world. We have to just take care of American citizens first, as we are the United States government.
I don't believe in violence. I think by funding all of these wars, we're basically apes throwing rocks, sticks. We have better things to do as humans. We should take this species to another level and spend our money on basic science, space exploration, things that are going to make humanity better. I don't see any reason why this country needs to be the place in the world. We're in a NATO. We shouldn't be funding any of it. There's no reason we can't get our own house in order. We don't have the money to take care of our own people in this country, yet we can send it on to other places and overseas. It just does not make any logical sense why we can't take care of this country first. Thank you.
Yeah, I hold that NATO's an old Cold War dinosaur that should never have come into existence and should have gone out of existence at the end of the Cold War. And we can't ignore the role of NATO in producing this Ukrainian crisis. They promised Russia that they would not move eastward when the Warsaw Pact disbanded, and that's exactly what they did. They pushed all the way up to Russian borders, and Russia kept telling them, "You got to stop. You got to stop." The same way we stopped when we put missiles there in Cuba. We don't want your missiles on our border. And the U.S. government said, "Tough luck," and that's what produces the crisis because they always need a crisis. But I go further. I say you've got to dismantle the national security state. It's the worst mistake the country ever made, converting the federal government from a limited government republic that our Constitution called for, which is a basic military, into a national security state. Worst mistake. Totalitarian powers, invasions, occupations, assassinations, sanctions, embargoes, and producing these kind of crises that keep them going in high cotton.
We should be funding peace, not war. Just today or yesterday, Sweden joined NATO. Now imagine if we were in another axis and China did a deal with Mexico and Canada, and they were going to put troops and arms on the borders. We would be really pissed off, right? This seems to be going on my whole life. When I was a kid, I used to do the duck and cover because the Russians were going to be dropping nuclear bombs on us, right? I lived in fear every day as a child of nuclear war. What's going on right now is there's fear on both sides. There's fear from the Russians, there's fear from the people in Europe, and that fear breeds tension. What we got to do is we got to get rid of that fear. We got to start funding peace and not war. And we can do that by opening trade, not squashing trade. Trade wars cause real wars. I want to end our reduce our troops around the world. 800 bases. We can close this down. And we can use that money for an energy race.
The great lesson of the past 100 years, learned most especially by the United States and taught around the world at the expense of the U.S. defense regime. The great lesson of the past 100 years is that there is no such thing as peace through strength. We have tried. It just doesn't work. The great lesson is that you can generate strength through peace. We need a completely different foreign policy, and for two very different reasons. Number one, the one that we have now is completely unethical. It does not align with our values. The idea of taking money forcibly from people around the United States and using it to protect military hegemony, that does not align with their values. But the other reason is just as important. It has become an abject failure. And the American people are ready to hear that message, a stark anti-war message based on the fact that our policy does not serve our interests. Thanks a lot.
We'll start answers on question 6 with Art Olivier. For the past 3 years, the events of January 6th, 2021 have dominated political discourse. Do you believe these events were an attempted insurrection orchestrated by the former president? Do you think federal authorities and intelligence communities played a role, or did they allow it to happen? And do you believe that those being prosecuted for involvement have been treated fairly by the justice system?
Okay, so an insurrection is when you're trying to overthrow the government. On January 6th, 2021, who was the president of the United States? It was Donald Trump. So were they there at the Capitol to overthrow Donald Trump? Well, of course not. These were Trump supporters. No. You know, a lot of these Trump supporters were led to believe that they can make some changes there, but it was well organized. There were so many infiltrators, provocateurs inside of that crowd. They were led into the Capitol building by the Capitol Police. They had these little velvet robes, and they all stayed inside their little velvet. This was a mass of rioters that were trying to overthrow the government. The whole thing is ridiculous. It's all
January 6th. Worse than 9/11. Right? Worse than Vietnam. Worse than Columbine. The worst day in American history. We almost lost our democracy. No, these people were pissed off. They've spent a year watching BLM rioters tear down and burn down private businesses at the advocacy of the federal government. And they're just tired. They're sick and tired of watching the federal government that doesn't serve the interests of Americans. They're sick and tired of that. Whether it was about Trump or Biden or not, who cares? People are fed up. That's what it proves. And these people, not violent protesters, should be sitting in jail. They should be released yesterday. They were burning down businesses. I've never seen an insurrection that didn't involve an AR-15 or AK-47 or some kind of weapons of some sort. So no, I don't think that Trump was involved in an insurrection. I do absolutely think that there were plants involved there, and I don't think these people should be in jail. Thank you.
I'll make it easy. No. I mean, unless there's something grave that we don't understand, I saw it as you have a few persons who are up on a pedestal that somehow didn't get what they want, and people come in and aren't listening to their bodyguards, etc. They made it their way through, and they caused a bit of a ruckus. But if you look at the picture, these clowns could overthrow this government. I mean, they were trying to make a point, and they made a point that how could I would agree wholeheartedly. They're not insurrectionists. They're Americans. Because they're pissed off. Thank you.
if I were elected president, the first thing I do is pardon Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, and Ross Ulbricht. And the second thing I would do is pardon all these people on that protest. Okay? And that's what it is. It's a protest. People get emotional on a protest. Emotions go wild. They do things that they wouldn't ordinarily do as ordinary beings that are not involved in this thing. And notice that nobody goes in there with an AK-47 or an AR-15. They know what happens at Columbine and Uvalde. If you want to be shooting people up, take high-powered weapons in there with you. There's one murder that took place in that protest, and that was the murder of Ashley Babbitt by that Capitol police officer. And that's the guy that should be prosecuted, and everybody else should be released.
I think if you watch the footage of this, it's pretty clear that this wasn't an insurrection. There was no tanks, there was no warplanes, there was no guns. This was basically a protest. But what it brings to mind, this is a protest against the government. This is a protest of people who are disillusioned at our government, and they wanted to make their voice heard. And what did the government do? They sent a clear signal to everyone that if you speak up, you will be silenced. You should live in fear that the government will put you in jail if you speak out. And we as libertarians want to speak out all the time. And that's why we always joke that we're all on lists, because we are. So I think that, there was clearly plants in these groups. There was clearly plants in Black Lives Matter protests as well. It was very clear to me watching the footage. And so for those people that were just there protesting, absolutely they should be pardoned. If there was people pushing it, they should be prosecuted.
We got to get out of the idea of prosecuting people in this country for things that are not violent. Let's be honest. The politicization of our criminal justice system is completely un-American. It's unethical and it's inefficient. I mean, let's be honest. It just doesn't work as a practical matter. That was no insurrection. Let's be honest. And to be fair, there were a half a dozen people there that were doing violent things. I'll give you, okay, not going to let them off the hook. Let's be careful here. If you hurt somebody, you hit somebody, you hit each other, whatever. Okay, maybe you got to go to jail. But to do something that's not violent, the criminal justice system has no role. We need to keep that in mind because someday we're going to take power, right? And we're not going to be prosecuting the previous incumbents just because they're on the wrong side of the political battle. That's what we need to remember. No, that was no insurrection. By the way, this is what an insurrection looks like. We're going all the way.
So first off, if you are being talked by somebody into committing violence against people or violence against the government, there is a good chance that person who is trying to get you to do that is either stupid or a fed or both. So don't fall for it. Secondly, what we did not see was some sort of organized insurrection by Donald Trump. He was the commander-in-chief of the military. If you wanted to organize a real insurrection, that would have looked vastly different. But what we did see was we did see a protest. Yes, some people were violent, as Mike said, got a little out of hand. That's a crime of force. That is a crime. But you know what is a crime? A crime of protest, self-expression, and speech. There are a lot of people who ended up in jail for criminal trespassing, and they waited longer for their court date than what the full maximum penalty would have been for what they did. That is immoral. Those people deserve a pardon. We need to look at exactly why the government wants us to be distracted by January 6th instead of all the other shady shit they're up to.
For question 7, we'll start with Joshua Smith. Freedom of association and expression are focal points of libertarian philosophy. The Declaration of Independence makes it clear that any form of government fails to secure our rights or ceases to derive its powers from the consent of the governed, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. States, or even smaller subsets of individuals, have the right to secede from the United States and form their own system of government. And as president, how we can handle these situations?
Easy answer is yes, absolutely, 100%. There's no doubt about it. Look, the 10th Amendment is clear on this as well. I think you have the right to do what in this border crisis. The federal government still hasn't got out of the business of trying to take control of the states when they have the right to do what they need to do. So I think that as president, should I have the opportunity to be president in 2024, which is a long shot. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. But if I was to win, I would absolutely allow people to secede. I would not use force against them whatsoever, which is what past presidents have done in America. And I would veto any bill that Congress would try to put forward to use force against states or even individuals trying to succeed. Thank you.
So I would probably ask everyone exactly why is it, I mean, so like, why would everyone want to succeed? I mean, that would be the question for me. I would hope that states would not, Texas, California, talking about. The bigger question is, what have we done that's so wrong in society to take this wonderful of an experiment called the United States and turn it topsy-turvy on its head? We have to say, like, what is truly wrong with our, we need to get our house in order. Every society that fell apart, begins to divide, falls apart. I mean, look at Rome. I mean, there's powers in numbers, but you can't hold someone and say, you have to stay here because you don't fit in, you don't hold our values. I would ask everyone, this country needs to do a lot of soul searching and say, actually, where are we going wrong and how to right our ship? It's listening to the side and it's going to sink. You got to fix it. And this is just the conversation that it drives me bananas to even hear it. Do we have a right? Yes. Should we? Absolutely not. What's wrong?
I don't think there's any doubt that Jefferson was right. When government becomes destructive of the rights of the people, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. And that means including force. And as libertarians, I think we'd all agree that there's the right of secession. But I also believe, politically speaking, it's a bad move to make this a centerpiece in a presidential campaign. Like, this issue was settled in 1864 with almost 1 million people killed. Whether you agree with or not agree with what Lincoln did, you don't know what's going to happen if somebody succeeds without permission. We're looking at a massive war. I think we need to focus on what needs to be done in this country to achieve a free society. And this is what I'm talking about in my opening statement. We need to lead the world. This party needs to lead the world by leading this country to a free society. We're better off focusing on that, how to achieve a free society, than how a state can succeed and possibly incite massive violence from the federal government once again. Suppress that causes massive death and destruction.
Within a libertarian utopia, that seceding should be allowed. But what I feel like is we don't need. I read a book by Harry Brown, and in that book it talks about government coercion, right? And it talks about using the force of government to get your will against other people. And I think that's why we have so much division in America today, is because one group of people is trying to force their will with government on another group of people. And that's why people want to secede, because they feel like they have no voice, they have no choice, right? And that's the reasons I'm running for president, is I want to offer people more choices and more voices to get their political beliefs through, and to not have government coercion used against them. This 51% versus 49% back and forth between Democrats and Republicans has got to stop. And that's why we need libertarians in office, so that we can stop this government coercion and we can end the division that's going on in the United States.
I really love these guys. You guys know what's coming. I love these guys, every single one of them. They're smart, they're good looking, they're libertarian. They would make great presidents of the United States. Let's be honest. They're terrific. But those are really creepy answers. I got to tell you the truth. And they came so close to the right answer. Here's the right answer. We need to allow states to secede, not because it would lead to violence, but because it would create pressure on the federal government to get things right. It is true that secession is probably a dopey path, but we can't be making it illegal. Oh my goodness. Is that what we do in the United States? Your idea is dopey? We make it illegal? Of course not. The right answer is you all go to goldnewdeal.org. It's in your brochure. Does anyone have a brochure? Thank you. Go to goldnewdeal.org and you'll see the flagship of our plan is to allow states a path to opt out of federal supremacy and opt into unilateral nullification so that they don't have to secede
give them an intermediate path that will serve their interests. So I'm nearly the last one to answer this question, but I have to start with, no, states don't have the right to secede. Because states don't have rights, people have rights. I, as a member of Libertarian Party of Georgia, actually was the co-sponsor of the resolution that we passed a few years ago that put the right of secession. I'm proud that I signed that. I was also at the Free and Equal debates a little while ago when the subject of Native American rights came up, and I was the first person on the stage, the only person on the stage, that say Native American tribes have the right to 100% secede from the United States from their own sovereign governments. Now, when I did that, I got a message later that night from a Native American activist friend who said, "You're the first non-Native politician who's ever said you have the right to secede. That's based on needing more of you to do it." And that's the kind of voice that I will send to people. If you feel like your government is abusive and intrusive to you, you do have the right to reject it, form with other people, and form your own government, or whatever you would like to do, honestly. So no, it shouldn't be illegal. No, it shouldn't be scared. We shouldn't be scared of people wanting to separate themselves from abusive government. I'll support that any day of the week.
States join the union. And when you join an organization, any organization, you have the right to unjoin that organization. You can leave. I mean, I'm never going to leave the Libertarian Party, but I would be allowed to. You know, they're not going to hunt me down and track me down and say, "Oh, you know, you're a traitor. We're going to force you to stay in the party." And the state shouldn't be forced to stay in the union. So the federal government has just become abusive. Everything that's almost everything that they do has no value to us. I mean, all these wars, all these different departments violate our rights. So I can see why states would want to secede. And as President of the United States, of course, I would not allow the military to intervene in the right.
All right, we're at the end of the line, so we're back to starting with Dr. Belay on this question. After the last two presidential elections, the Americans have concerns about free and fair elections in the United States. What can be done to restore America's faith in our elections?
I think this party needs to win. I think we need it more than you can say. You know, this participating in this has given me a understanding and different outlook on how this society functions when it comes to elections. It's truly unfair, whether it's media bias, whether it's political bias, etc. We don't get a fair shake, and that's not just us, right? That's third party. That's RFK. That's the independent party. You name it, right? All of these parties should be banding together and say, we need to get to the state level. We need to change some of these ballot acts. This is federal, but it needs to be done on a much more grassroots scale so that people have choices. I mean, why is it that we're going to look at this fall and you're going to have Trump and Biden more than likely? It makes me just sick, right? I mean, even if you were to galvanize behind one of these individuals, at some point you have to say it's not fair.
That's that.
I'm a native Texan, and a couple counties down from my county, Webb County, South Texas, Lyndon Johnson stuffed the ballot box. It enabled him to win the Senate seat in 1948. He never would have become president without that. That's been proven. So I know elections can be rigged. Do I believe the entire system is rigged, the electoral system? No. If I did, why would I be here? I believe that it's possible for us to achieve a major breakout in votes. We're at 0% right now. The latest presidential poll shows us at 0%. That's down from 1.1% 3 years ago. I believe that if we restore the founding principles of this party, we can achieve a breakout of 10 to 15%. Because I believe there is a constituency out there that will vote for our package of principles that will never vote for immigration reform, Social Security reform, school vouchers, and all these other socialist reform measures. If I thought the system was rigged, I'd say, well, what's the point? What are we here for?
No.
Our elections are absolutely rigged, but not for the reason that most people think. Our election systems are rigged because of the Texas law. laws because of gerrymandering, because of winner take all. We don't even know if we have free and fair elections because we can't audit the vote. We don't know what's in the machine code. We don't get a printed receipt of how we voted and how we can match that up to what the government has. I have put together the Voters' Bill of Rights, which directly attacks this system and unrigs the system so that our elections can be functional. We have a cracked republic right now because our election system is rigged. This is the number one piece of my policy, to unrig our elections, because how can we ever change anything if we can't get elected, if we're stopped at the ballot? Mr. Redpath, Mr. Winger, and myself were able to get major party status in Maine. We were able to get them back their ability to get people on the ballot, and I want to do that across the United States. Thank you.
Lars ran out of time there, but he's exactly right. And by the way, don't let me miss another opportunity to say that the voter bill is good shit. You got to go to Lars' website and look at it. It's really excellent stuff. You're telling me my best applause line is his stuff? I got to say, on some level, that's got to hurt. Look, we need to take ballot access a lot more seriously. It is the primary way in which our system is. We're going to be out here plugging away, getting signatures. You're going to see me. You're going to see my sister, who doesn't think libertarians have a damn chance in hell. You will see us out there collecting signatures because we're going to put Illinois back on the ballot. We're going to be out there doing the same thing in New York. We're going to Illinois. We're going to New York. We're coming back here to Illinois. We're going to make it happen. By the way, something should have been said by Donald Trump in the January 6th question. Just because Donald Trump wasn't orchestrating an insurrection doesn't mean he wasn't a jerk. Okay, let's be a little bit clear here. Okay, the guy is a complete buffoon and trying to rig the system.
That's time.
So maybe I'm a bit of an analog guy in the digital world, but I think our vote should be on hand-marked paper ballots that can be counted and audited and not through a machine that we don't know what it's doing. Now, when I ran for office in 2022 and I forced that runoff, both parties, I got a call from Rand Paul's office and him trying to convince me to support Herschel Walker. The only thing I endorsed in that runoff is that we needed ranked choice voting so that we could end the spoiler effect, stop spending so much money on runoffs, and actually have open and honest elections. Because they call us spoilers, ladies and gentlemen. They call us libertarian spoilers. We are not spoilers. We are participants in a system that can be spoiled, and it's the fault of the people in power that do it. I'm a libertarian. I can't give you ranked choice voting or anything that keeps your vote from being so-called spoiled. But the people in power can, and they don't do it because by not doing it, it preserves their power. We are not spoilers. They are spoilers.
You remember the hanging Chad debacle back in 2000? Barely. Yeah, you wouldn't. But,
Ask your folks.
yeah.
Ask your mom.
Yeah, my kids had it in their history book, and they had showed the ballot with the hanging chads, and my little girl says, "Oh, that's my daddy." But anyway, so they did a recount in Florida, and there was a couple of counties where Harry Brown and I received 0 votes. So the libertarians in those counties, they went and protested. They were saying, "Look, there's 12 of us here. We Johnsons, we all voted for this guy. How can you say we didn't vote?" And it's just like the way it is. So yeah, there's a lot of.
Some people think that the 2020 election was stolen, and a lot of people think that it wasn't stolen. Does anyone in here think that any election prior to 2020 might have had some weird trickery going on? Anybody? Is there anybody? I've never not in my lifetime heard some kind of accusation about ballot action or rigging elections every 4 years. It's something that I've heard every 4 years of my entire life. But the truth is that the elections are rigged. And as somebody who's had to sit through many weekend-long meetings, listen to Mr. Bill Redpath going on and on and on about ballot access. I understand how important ballot access is. I understand that it's absolutely the way that they rig our elections every day. these barriers to entry need to be removed, and we need to let parties that are actually doing things like we are every single day take part in the process. Thank you.
Jacob Rosenberger will lead us off with question 9. An important responsibility of a Libertarian presidential candidate is to help grow the party. Don't I know that? If you do not win the nomination, will you support the chosen candidate by sharing donor information, email lists, and other data collected by your campaign? And will you personally support whoever becomes the nominee?
Well, let me first say, in response to the previous question, there is one area that absolutely has a reputation for totally honest election, never rigged them at all, and that's Chicago. The answer to that question, of course, I sought this party's nomination 3 years ago, and I got beat fair and square, Joe. and I fully endorse Joe if I can speech, and proud, pleased to do so. I would share any of my information with them. I will endorse the winner with one exception. If this party nominates Robert F. Kennedy Jr., will not have my endorsement. By the same token, if this party nominates Ron DeSantis, you will still not have my endorsement.
The presidential candidate is about growing the party and delivering our message to the most people possible. Unfortunately, we have a messaging problem in the Libertarian Party. I found that I was a Libertarian. I took a quiz, an online quiz, and it says I was a Libertarian. And I had to Google what is a Libertarian. And when I Googled what is a Libertarian, I thought, oh, these are my people. I finally found my people. I voted for Ron Paul as a Libertarian, but I still didn't know that he was a Libertarian. And when I finally did register as a Libertarian, I thought that was the end of it. I thought, I'm registered, so now I'm a Libertarian. I didn't know there was a party. The messaging isn't working. What I am good at is getting the message out. I have 25 million fans on social media on various companies that I have run, and I can get our message to the most people possible. I can get every American to Google what is a Libertarian by winning an electoral vote on election. This will drive massive new amounts of members and massive new amounts of dollars to our party, which we desperately need if we are ever to get more message out.
Too much clapping. Come on. You are looking at the team. This is the team. We're all just trying to figure out whose face is going to go on the brochure, right? You everyone get a brochure tonight, by the way? Everyone has a brochure. Okay, but for the next brochure, we're just trying to figure out whose face is going to go on it. Yes, of course we're going to share data. Of course we're going to work together. By the way, you Rectenwald fans, I'm sorry, Rectenwald can't be here tonight. I understand it's for good reason. I have personally discussed this with him. I happen to absolutely know that he is on board with this idea also. We are a team. We will share the data with each other. We will share the data with the party. It is, by the way, it is true that Joe did a great job of this in particular, and we are going to follow in those footsteps. It is also true that we all have a weird story. Chase is about to tell his. We all have a weird story about turning into a Libertarian. Let's make those stories more proud, more plentiful going forward. Thanks a lot.
I'll wait till my closing to tell that story. But when it comes to sharing data, when it comes to that, absolutely. And if there is a Libertarian for president in 2024, there's going to be, spoiler, I'm voting for that person. I'm not going to endorse that they will get all the data. But I want to talk about what happens if I happen to become the nominee and what we're going to do with data. Because 4 years ago, the presidential campaign, they gave all that data to National. And National kind of sat on it. They didn't do a very good job of getting it down to state by state level. So my campaign is committed to decentralizing this effort. Our data will go to not only to National, but will go to each and every individual state. So when an Illinois voter says, I'm interested in Chase Oliver for president, the LP Illinois will know about it in real time. They'll be able to connect them to an affiliate. And if there's not an affiliate in the neighborhood, we'll give them the steps to create one, because that's how we affiliate the entire country. We grow our membership and we build a foundation up, and we tear the state down brick by brick.
You know, a lot of the guys here, they're really committed to getting this nomination, and Many of them are spending six figures on nomination. I don't really see these guys as my opponents. I see them as my colleagues. And any one of them that gets the nomination, I'm behind them 100%. So one of the things that we have an opportunity with this year is RFK is going to get a lot of votes. And he's going to get a lot of attention. So what we need to do, and whoever he has is our nominee, is to save a little bit of money for after the election. Because after the election, RFK doesn't win, there's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to be looking for a political vote. And I think they could find it in the Libertarian Party. So if we track, we follow what all the advertising that RFK did, and then, oh, you know where I'm at.
Who am I going to vote for? Biden? Come on, seriously. Of course I'm going to vote for the Libertarian candidate. Here's the thing. Here's the thing with the caveat that Mr. Belay lets me do COVID messaging. Approach is funny, but I love you though. I think you're great. Absolutely. I've been sharing data with the National Libertarian Party for the last 7 years. I was the #1 recruiter in the party for 2 years in a row at the entire national party. So we're going to take that same roadmap and use it for the campaign. We're going to bring as much data as we can, share it with whatever candidate or me or the national party. And of course, Jason's idea to share with state parties is absolutely amazing as well. So thank you guys.
I don't think any of us are going to disagree with that. We would support any one of these other gentlemen who are up here at the conclusion of May, right? The data that I have is purchased, so I guess it's all have it. It's like readily available. And I also echo what Art said that it would be save some money to try to attract voters after, so we actually can be responsible, try to attract people in. I would look at it from another perspective too. I mean, you have to. People have gave me open arms when I actually started this, and I appreciate it. It's not like medicine. Walk into a room and tell somebody I'm going to cut them open, and say, "Okay, you're a doctor. There's many doctors before you that gave you this gift and gave you this authority." And the same holds true to all of you guys. I mean, you guys have sort of built this mountain, growing. And if you don't pay homage to the people before you, you really don't have much to say anymore.
Our final prepared question will begin with Lars Mapstead. What specific metrics have you identified to assess the success of your campaign on election night? And what clear markers are you looking to observe to consider your campaign a success for both yourself and the party?
It is my favorite question. I've talked about winning the electoral night. Totally achievable. There are 2 states with break up their electoral vote, and that's Maine and Nebraska. Maine also has ranked choice voting. So we only need to win 250,000 votes in Maine or Nebraska in order to vote. This is totally achievable. I put $500,000 into my campaign right now. I'm running to actually win this election. I'm running to win the nomination because I want to deliver an actual win for the party. And what this will do is drive billions of dollars in free advertising. It will drive lots of attention to all of our candidates across the country. This is the win that we need in order to spread libertarian message. And when I do this, I've ran a company with 600 employees. $1 million in sales. I've been doing lots of startups. I can do this. I want your vote. Lars 24.
I like Lars's campaign. I don't like the strategy of going after a particular state. I think that we need to run a very credible campaign, competitive, credible. If you're not actually in the game in a national way, fully in the game, threatening to disrupt the duopoly, Republicans and Democrats to once again completely disregard our party, our candidate, our values, our positions, our policies. If you're not in it to disrupt that stuff, then they're not going to pay any attention to you. You have to run a credible campaign people can at least believe, possibly, maybe it's a long shot, they have to believe that it's possible. That's why we run with credibility. That's why we need to run a differentiated platform. That's why my campaign in particular leans into my background in public policy and public service. Maybe it doesn't matter a lot inside the Libertarian Party, but on the outside, it's going to matter a whole lot in terms of reaching that threshold of credibility that donors and media need to see. Thanks.
So outside of an outright victory, I have what I call 4 metrics of victory for this campaign. I think we can win those things. Like we can have actual wins. How many states can we win or secure ballot access so it's easier for libertarians to get on the ballot? States like Georgia, the only campaign that will secure ballot access is president and vice president. And there are other states that need us to do that. How many states can we win or secure major party status so we get access to primaries, increased media attention, and other things? States like Iowa that won their major party status, and because of that, I got to be on the Iowa soapbox stage at the state fair, one of the largest political events in the country, right on the exact same stage as Republicans and Democrats. First non-Republican or Democrat to ever be able to do that. How many states can we win or support winnable, electable, local libertarians so that we can start building up our bench and start tearing down the state in our own neighborhoods all over the country? And fourth, I want to double our party's membership and hold it for the next 4 years. I will commit myself to being involved in this party. That everybody who signs up as an interested person for our campaign stays interested, stays connected. This does not end for me in November. I want to continue it, double our membership, so whoever it is in 2028 has twice as much to go with.
So in 2000, we weren't the third party. When Joe ran last time, you were the third party. And when Gary Johnson ran, he was the third party. This time, we're not going to be the third party again. RFK is going to be the third party. So vote totals is not really what we're going to be looking at. I really want to build up the party. And that's what we did in 2000. We weren't the third party. We were the third party. I mean, you had Nader and you had, Pat Buchanan, and then us. Although we had the same amount of votes as Buchanan, 10 times more media. But the point is, the metrics that we're looking for is not going to be vote totals. It's going to be to build the party up. And one of the things that I did when I ran for vice president is that I met a lot of people that were interested in running elections. And I was able to share with them what needs to be done to actually win those races. And that's how we're going to actually build the party up, get elected.
Before I announced that I was running for president, I had a set idea of what I wanted to see out of a libertarian presidential campaign. For me, it was somebody like Dave Smith, and you may not agree with me, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. But I wanted to see somebody that was going to go out and reach out to these huge, huge alternative media platforms. Something that we absolutely have to get in front of. These people are doing 3 to 4 times the daily viewers that CNN as a network is doing. That's insane. And so a big part for me was trying to get on these platforms. And we've already done podcasts 3 times. We're currently talking to Patrick Bet-David. We're working with Joe Rogan. We're working with Sean Ryan. We're going to do all the things that I wanted to see out of the candidate. On top of that, on a shoestring budget, because I didn't want to drain the coffers for the nomination process, we're doing over 5 million impressions a week campaign. That's huge. That's I without doing $0 in online ads. We're doing all the things that I wanted to see. To me, sorry.
That's time.
We're not.
Sorry, Mr. Smith.
Oh, let me finish.
You'll have a closing statement.
1 minute is too short. I'll put it in the closing statement.
To answer this honestly, it's going to be metric. My polls find way and then you attack from there come at the end of May. But I would echo what Art said. What would be more important and more practical, in all honesty, is to really shoot for ballot access. Chase said for states that this election is key. I mean, if we can't get enough votes, popular votes, this party doesn't hold status. And it makes it harder for the smaller person to actually reach out and echo these values that we hold dear. Without that, this party doesn't have members. Going after May, it's going to require a tremendous amount of talent. It's going to require a tremendous amount of money and one hell of a lot of effort.
You know, when you're at 1% in the votes, people get despondent in this party. I've seen it, 30 years where people just give up. Oh, Jacob, the state's too big. We'll never overcome this. We're dropping out. My metric is different from some of the opponents here. My metric is votes. We have debates every weekend, okay? We have a good time. But we are not a debating society. We're not an educational foundation. We're a party. Our job is to get votes. And here is my contention that I want everybody to take home tonight. My contention is give up on the message we've been running for 20 years. Reform Social Security, reform Medicare, carry those through for 25 years, reform immigration controls, run a presidential campaign that is based 100% on genuine libertarian principles, change the target audience from Republicans, which is the standard one, go after American blacks that suffer this racist war on drugs, go after Hispanics that are sick and tired of the concertina wire, and that's how we break out.
My script says audience questions if we have time. We still have closing statements to get through. Do we have time for audience questions?
We have time for audience questions.
I saw this hand go up first right here. Go ahead, Dan. The mic at the podium should be hot. So go ahead.
All right, first of all, I want to thank the crew that set this up together. And I also want to thank Steve Cease and Joe Jorgensen. And if you stick around tomorrow, you'll get to see Joe Jorgensen, our keynote speaker for tomorrow night. And I also want to thank all the candidates for showing up. So today is National Women's Day. Did you know that women actually vote at a higher rate than men? And that's what decided the 2020 election. What will you do as a candidate to ensure that the Libertarian Party wins the female vote in 2024?
All right. Mike, you're up first.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Not only do women vote more often than men, but women do a couple of other things that are important. Women vote their values more than men do, and women are less adherent to political parties than men are. This makes women not just disproportionately worthy of our attention, but much, much more worthy of our attention than men. All due respect, sit this one out for a moment, because I don't actually. Right. Just sit this one out for a second. We need to make the case that if you join the Democratic Party, as my family did, out of a sense of values, right? You thought that that party was going to represent your values, whether that was anti-war, standing for the First Amendment, social liberalism. You and your party have gone in two different directions. Our party represents your values better than the Democratic Party does. And women that join the Republican Party out of some sense of fiscal conservatism, wow, do I need to finish that sentence? You and your party have gone in two different directions, right? You belong with us. Thank you.
I think the first way we start winning votes for women is actually starting to listen to women voters as we travel across the country. And that's what I've been doing as I travel across the country. And when I hear from women, I hear about all kinds of issues. I hear about issues about education, about their parents. They want to see their kids succeed and thrive. I see it with issues regarding healthcare. They don't want the government to be regulating their healthcare, and that does include Roe v. Wade. That's the most common question I get from women voters is, what are you going to do to stand up for my rights and my body? And so that's what we have to do as a party if we want to attract voters of any kind, is actually listen to them first. And the top issues that are affecting women are inflation, the ability to afford living and other living expenses, education, and their health care. Those are the top three that I'm getting. And so those are the values that I'm going to speak outward to women. And hopefully we can bring lots of great women like Dr. Jorgensen, like Tony Nathan, and lots of other amazing libertarians, not only to be part of the party, but to run for the party. We are kind of a sausage party up here. So I'd like to see more libertarian candidates who are women in the future. Thank you.
Speak for yourself, buddy.
Well, women are compassionate, and one of the things that we all agree on, of course, is to end the wars in the community. And that, I believe, will attract women voters. And then besides that, all the good guys up here. And compared to Trump and Biden, come on.
First of all, I'd like to point out that I'm the only one who wore pink for International Women's Day. These guys didn't. I don't know if you noticed that.
You got a peak microphone.
I was actually thinking about it. Look, when I ran for state rep in Iowa, where I live in Iowa, one of the things that I did, and over the last 4 years, there's been this really crazy evolution of people's political stances on certain things. The right has decided that they care about holistic care now, and they want to end a police state. It's crazy to see the right doing that in America. But I was able to go and reach out to small groups, and my stances on things like school choice and healthcare really, really, really resonated. Especially, I don't know if you guys know this, but we have 7 children in the house. My wife actually founded Informed Choice, a medical freedom group in Iowa. So that's how I'm going to try and reach the women of America: healthcare freedom and also school choice. Thank you. Always listen to your wife. Correct. Yeah, absolutely.
So I have to give kudos in case my wife is watching this. She is the CEO of my life. Look, without her, there's not a chance I could do this. I respect women's values. I think women hold families dear. I think the way to capture a vote is not to change our beliefs, but just be pragmatic about it. Say, listen, we care about families. We care about many of the things that you would like as a mother to nurture your children. And your children, if continue down our current path, will not be nurtured in the means by which you may see fit. And if that's the message that we can produce, and that's the message that we can espouse, and we can get it across, and we can help teach our values, perhaps we'll have a chance with women's voters. I would not disparage them and think I have to pander in some other way, other than I think we have a strong message that if we can present it properly, people will believe us. I think we could capture it.
I have long argued that our principles are our greatest asset. These are the weapons that we should be carrying into battle. It's been said in the party that our genuine principles, the ones I'm enunciating, are an albatross, they're liabilities. I'm saying let's go into battle with our principles. But you can't generalize just for women, blacks, or Hispanics. Go in with our message, and you find your constituency that will vote for it. And that constituency, Hispanics, blacks, people who don't vote. But if you don't enunciate the principles, how are people ever going to figure out that this is the freedom answer? You've got to raise that vision. Let's say Martin Luther King says this is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. You go out there and you say we want to dismantle this national security state with its invasions, occupations, sanctions, embargoes, state-sponsored assassinations. Then you find the people that say, that's the party I want. Or I want to open the borders and end the concertina wire cutting, the people dying. That's our voters.
Like I said, I've been around to maybe 20 conventions so far, and I've got to see a bunch of different states. And in most states, there's very few women. And I want to say, Illinois, you're doing a good job. Even though there's less, you have quite a few women in the audience. That's important. But I think that the Libertarian Party has a messaging problem. And one of the things that I'm hearing from women all around, across the country is that they're turned off by the infighting in the party and the constant bickering in the party, and they want us to come together. And I believe that my bringing our party back together again, because we can all get around and focus on winning this electoral vote. And it doesn't just end with those 2 states. By getting the electoral vote process going, we can get the media attention, because they're going to start fearing that we could cause a contingent election, that we could deny 270 to both Trump and Biden. And this will cause the media to get a big storm around us and give us a lot of attention, which will give a lot of attention to all of our states and all of our candidates.
I believe this was the second hand that I saw up the first time. So go ahead.
Hi. I know Dr. Rechtenwald isn't here today. I was going to ask him a question, but I don't know if you guys could ask him at the next one. He posts a lot of high-profile endorsements on his website, including comedian Dave Smith, who recently was on a podcast with professional Trump grifter Candace Owens. During that podcast, he justified support for Hamas and dismissed the someone who was faced harassment from the Bin Laden Brigade at College of DePage last year. So, should he condemn Dave Smith? What he said during the podcast? Should he remove him from the website?
We'll start with Chase.
I'm not going to speak to what Dr. Rechtenwald can do or what he's going to say about Dave Smith, but what I can speak is I'm absolutely against the idea of anti-Semitism. I can be a critic of what Israel is doing over in Palestine right now without it all being an anti-Semite. And I think that we need to understand that. We need to push that message out. I'm sorry you suffered anti-Semitism. Jewish friends that have suffered it. In Atlanta, it has getting swastikas. So as presidential candidates, we need to rise above that kind of petty hate and speak out against it. Like I said, we can be a critic of Israel without being anti-Semitic. We can be somebody who stands up for the rights of all people to live as they see fit. And I think that's imperative to liberty, that if we cannot do that, we're not doing our job correctly. Now, I did want to finish with one quick thing. I will say this, it's about the last question. A lot of these guys are married, have met their wives. They do prove the axiom that libertarian
Yeah, the idea that we need to condemn Hamas. I mean, Hamas was created by the government. It was a counterpart to other organizations. And the one of the things that if you really want to find out about the October 7th invasion, Operation Jericho Wall. This was a document that had exactly what was going to happen and where it was going to happen. And it was in the hands of the Israeli Defense Forces. So check it out. What we're seeing on TV is not the whole story.
I'm going to be the first one to say I have no idea what Dave said because I haven't watched that episode at all. So I don't know what Dave said. I've never heard Dave be anti-Semitic specifically. I've known Dave a long time. We've talked. He's a friend of mine. So I don't know what he said. But I will say that Hamas is trash. I will say that the Zionist government of Israel has also been trash. Our government's foreign policy has also been trash. And it's time to stop the constant wars around the world. Absolutely, the United States has got to stop funding these things. We create our own problems around the world. Thank you.
I didn't hear what he had to say on this podcast, but like we've all reiterated ad nauseum, funding is not right. We need to get our house in order first. It's kind of interesting that we will fund bombs, we will kill people, but at the same time, we're going to turn around and pat ourselves on the back for providing humanitarian aid. I don't think we have any place in military action in other countries. We need to take care of this country and get our house in order first, so we don't talk about things like succession, and why the government is too involved in our education, the woke mentality of our children. We have enough stuff to do and take care of ourselves first. Thank you.
Now, one of the most fascinating parts of this thing is how the government says that when we support the Israeli government with foreign aid, that we're showing our collective care and compassion. It's pure nonsense. This is the same mindset that goes into supporting Social Security and Medicare. When you extract money through the initiation of force, the IRS, this coercive apparatus of taxation, that reflects good caring and compassion. Pure nonsense. This is political stealing. We need to end it and then leave people free to donate their own money. If somebody wants to help the Israeli people or the Israeli government, they're free to do that. If they want to help people in Gaza, free to do that. Each person makes his own decision. Now we're talking about genuine caring and compassion, not only on foreign aid, but on these socialist programs here at home. I also agree. Just because you criticize the Israeli government or any other government, criticize the Vatican, I'm Catholic, doesn't make you anti-Catholic, it doesn't make you anti-Semitic. It simply means that you're disagreeing with the policy of that particular government.
So what I want to say about this is I'm against bigotry and hatred of people across the land. Putting people in groups and judging them by the group that they're in doesn't work for me. I look at people and I interact with people based on who they are and what they represent. And one of the things that I really like about the Libertarian Party is that we all have one common purpose. And that common purpose is to end the state and reduce the state in our lifetime. And I want to do that for you. And that's why I want you to nominate me at the DC convention. I want to win this nomination. I want to deliver a win for you guys. Please go to Lars24.com.
Well, completely unrelated things need to be said here. Number one, this idea that Dave Smith is, big time, really important endorsement. None of us saw the podcast. None of us follow Dave Smith. None of us follow Candace Owen.
Wait, that's not true.
Okay, well, I do love me some Candace Owen, to be honest. But no, none of us, take really seriously the idea that these people should be directing somebody's vote. It's silly. Lars is exactly right. Bigotry is incompatible with libertarianism. That needs to be said. And that doesn't mean you don't have the right to do it. Go knock yourself out. You do you. But, I got the right to say you're an idiot, right? We're all on the same page here. Look, the reason we're in this pickle of having to express opinions about Israeli policy is because we, as a government, made the mistake of funding the Israeli government. And now we're backing up the military interventionism. We need to extract ourselves from the business of foreign aid.
You've been itching to ask one here, so.
To wear this sweatshirt to pay tribute to honor the life of work of the creator of Dragon Akira Toriyama, who passed away just. Rest in peace, legend. You made my childhood awesome. I'll remember you forever. Now, my question: as president, what would you do about Israel-Gaza situation? Like, would you call for ceasefire and the occupation, something like that?
We can maybe be brief with this one since some candidates already addressed it in the last question. But thank you very much. We'll start with Art.
So yeah, the first thing to do is, of course, stop all foreign aid. Israel's the biggest recipient of foreign aid, has been for decades. We need to end that. Of course, we call for a ceasefire if we could. But, we shouldn't use the threat of the force of the American military to enforce a ceasefire, by no means. And we just have to just back and unfortunately, if you go to lp.org and you go to lp.org and you search for Pearl Harbor, you're going to find an article there that actually says, you call for a ceasefire, you are as bad as the aggressor. I've been after the national chair, the state chair, everybody to get that war propaganda article off.
That's time.
I don't need to stand up for this one. End all foreign welfare parasitism around the world and diplomatic foreign trade deals, or that's it. Seriously, that's the answer to all of our problems around the world. Thank you.
I've answered this moments ago with my statement. France, England, drew arbitrary lines across the Middle East post-war, and now we're paying the consequences of it. I don't believe that we should be the policemen. I don't believe we should be the financiers of these wars. I think I have patients who are Palestinian and also from Israel. They're fantastic people. People can get along if we give them the opportunity. This is the way to work.
One of the greatest speeches in U.S. history that's ever been declared or stated was John Quincy Adams' 4th of July speech to Congress in 1841 called In Search of Monsters to Destroy. And in this remarkable speech that I would invite you to read, he says, America is not going to send forces abroad to slay monsters. There's a lot of bad things that happen in the world. Wars, revolutions, oppression, tyranny, starvation. But we're not going to send forces over there to save you. You notice the immigration policy. It sends a message to all the world that says, if you can get out and you're willing to escape these conditions, there is one country that you will come to that will never deport you forcibly to your country of origin. I think this is one of the most remarkable heritage as an American, the real positive founding principles of this country that we need to restore.
We're $34 trillion in debt. We can't police our own cities. How can we police the rest of the world? We can't police Detroit. We can't police Chicago. We can't police San Francisco. Why do we have to be the police of the world? Why are we the ones that are looked upon to craft everything around the world? It's ridiculous. We can't do that. We have to stop our military interventionism, our imperialism, our pushing our will and our agenda on other people. Just like we don't like the Democrats and Republicans pushing their will on us and using government coercion. Other countries don't like America coming over and telling them how to live their lives the way that they want to live. And we need to stop that because that is creating the animosity and this endless cycle of war that's been going on my entire life. We need to let people do their own thing, live the lives that they want to live, and stop interfering all around the world. We create way more problems than we ever solve. We took 20 years to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. We suck at this really badly. We've got to stop.
Boy, is that ever true? Yeah, we talked about this quite a bit tonight, and I'm grateful for that. We do need a profoundly different policy because it's unethical. It does not align with your values and mine, and because it's an abject failure. The reason Israel is particularly important is because it feels more personal. A lot of us have cultural connections to Israel. I've traveled to Israel from north, south, and east and west. I've sent my daughter there for her friend's bat mitzvah, and I've sent my son to train in Jordan. And I've traveled to the Middle East with my family. Our team has people on our team, the family there, and a prominent member of our party recently announced that he lost a cousin in Gaza. This is personal. That's why it's such an important opportunity for us to use this to make our point. We need to draw the line. We don't provide foreign aid to anybody to a place that feels so personal as Israel. It's important. Thanks.
So, as others have said, the United States can't directly do anything, but our taxpayer money has been used to fund the airstrike bombs that have been killing innocent people in Gaza. We must, while our government is funding this war machine, we as the people need to right now and say ceasefire now, a permanent ceasefire, not a 6-week Kamala Harris ceasefire like she announced. We need an absolute ceasefire, and we need a release of the hostages too. This is something that we need to be calling out for loud and clear. And I oppose anybody who thinks we need to keep supporting Israel's war effort. I'm opposing the idea that we just need to give some food over to the Gazans. We gave 30,000 meals to the Gazans. That's just about how many innocent people in Gaza were killed by our own military hardware. So we need to stand up loud and clear against it. If we are not the anti-war party, there is no anti-war party in this country.
All right. Dr. Jorgensen has pointed out the man in the orange sweatshirt.
So my question is kind of along the same lines. It's something that Jacob Hornberger brought up. We brought up Women's History Month. By the way, it's also Irish Heritage Month. So let's talk about the Irish. Yeah. We all love Boondock Saints. We all love Boondock Saints, right? So anyway, so my question is, one, Democrats, we take them for granted. They can nothing. Republicans want nothing to do with these voters. They've shown it over and over and over again. It presents an opportunity for liberty. And I understand talking about and how the needs of these demographics. But I want to hear from each of you what you think a presidential candidate has the liberty movement, some tangible, concrete tactics that we actually take roads. The principles we want if we have the tangibles on the ground, then it's not going to matter if we have the best product.
All right. Josh Smith, you are first.
Oh, that's perfect. As somebody from East Milton, I think I have some insight into this, to be honest with you. Look, first of all, I don't play the racial politics. If you guys follow me, you know, the truth of the matter is that Jacob's right when it comes to the racist war on drugs. We all know that the war on drugs was started to remove fathers from families and separate families and make it harder and harder for certain racial minorities to exist as operational states of Americans. And the same goes for the drug or the gun laws as well. I mean, these things were created specifically aimed at the black community in America, 100%. So I think that Jacob's right. When we're talking about our principles should be doing the talking. But I'm also not opposed to going into these communities. Where I grew up in a low-income minority community. I was one of maybe 3 white families in the entire community. And those are the people I grew up around. So I'm not opposed to going into the community, actually campaigning there. I don't know if anybody else would do that. I know. Is anybody else committed to doing that?
Jeff.
Anybody?
I think that's a really good question, and I think it's a hard question to answer. I love Hispanics. I'm in New Orleans. We have 7% African Americans. No matter who, what race, where they come from, many of these people do not feel like they're getting their fair shot in life. The person that I know, we work together, or they work for me, or I work for them. Hispanics, they espouse good values. They like family. They like a society where people are on the straight and narrow, where they don't have to worry about crime. They came to the United States for this reason. I think the same holds for people of color. In New Orleans, there's a tremendous disparity. You can see this. These poor kids, they live in their neighborhoods. If I was a black child in New Orleans, a man, I wouldn't want to live there. I mean, the chance of death, sky high. I think libertarians can go through and say, like, you've been living with the same 2 parties your entire life. Where has this gotten you?
Every black in this country knows that this is the most racist government program since segregation, the war on drugs. And we've got to take this message to them. We're the only party that can take this message to them. We've got to end this racist war on drugs. Every black American knows Michelle Alexander. I would say 50%. I would say 3% of white Americans know who Michelle Alexander is. A black academician wrote a book called The New Jim Crow, and she's referring to the drug war. It is the new Jim Crow. Every black knows that you get disproportionately higher jail sentences. You get stopped more often. You get your assets stolen from you on the highway under asset forfeiture. We need to target them and let them know we're with them, that we want to end this program. We went into Wilmington, North Carolina 3 years ago, several libertarians, to campaign in public projects for blacks were poorest neighborhood. You would not believe the positive response we got from everybody there that were coming to us saying, we're going to vote for you.
The government has a long history of promoting racism and exploiting minorities. One of the things that I know, no matter what the color of your skin is that everybody currently is suffering under economic disparity. The inflation that is coming from America right now, we're $34 trillion in debt. And that's because the Federal Reserve is stealing the money out of your pocket each and every day through the Cantillon effect. Essentially, they take the money, they print it, they give it to the banking cartel. The banking cartel gives it to the corporations. And by the time it trickles down to anybody, no matter what the color of your skin, you're way poorer than you were before. We have to end the Federal Reserve. We can abolish income taxes, which will lift everybody up. Let them keep 100% of the money that they make so that they can have better lives. We will end a lot of the racial disparity in America if we lift everybody up and we stop punishing people and keeping people economically disparaged. I have an energy race that I'm pushing that will help lift up all of America, reduce the cost of energy, and cut inflation across the board.
There's a set of issues that we haven't talked about a lot tonight, and we really need to focus on these because they're so important and they reveal our principles, but in a very practical, not just the brochure. The brochure is excellent. And I got another box of them out here for you if you pass out to your friends. If you are not a professional economist before you became a police officer, working as a police officer for 11 and a half years turn you into of professional economists. This is why. You see the effects of bad public policy up close and personal. Yes, the war on drugs, which is effectively racist, but trust me when I say it ruins lives of poor people, whether you're black or white, born here or anywhere else. And bad zoning, housing, bad school policy, bad welfare policy. So proud of you for talking about it all the time. These are local policies that we need to talk about over and over and over again. Not in the context of you're Irish, you need to vote for me, female, you're black. No, but these are principles that affect everyone.
So I ran for Congress in the 5th District in Atlanta. Let me just tell you right now, if I was not comfortable reaching out to black and brown voters, I was running the wrong race. I am somebody who absolutely wants to speak to these communities because oftentimes, because of systemic racism in the system, they are the people who have the boot of the government on their neck the hardest. They should be our natural allies in this cause. I was in the Black Belt of Alabama. A friend invited me to go to church where there was one white guy in the room, and the pastor goes, "We got ourselves a guest. It's a guy running for president. His name's Chase." He goes, "And we're going to let him speak to the congregation afterwards." My message to them was simple. When I talk about freedom and people go, "When has that ever worked?" I can look to a certain generation of black folks in this country who organized for freedom, who fought using peaceful, nonviolent resistance, taking the police baton to the head, taking the fire hoses, taking the attack dogs, and never stopping the fight for freedom. That is the kind of spirit our party needs, and those are the kind of voters we need to be reaching out to.
I was the mayor of Bellflower, and at the time I was the mayor, our demographics of Bellflower was the same as the nation. And one of the things that I did as mayor is that I wrote a letter to the Los Angeles Times and talked about ending the war on drugs. This is really unusual for an elected official to say this back, this is 25 years ago, right? To end the war on drugs. But when I wrote that letter, I really didn't get any pushback. I thought, people would just go crazy. The mayor of Bellflower is saying we need to end the war on drugs. But this is the thing that affects minorities more than anybody else, is the war on drugs. And this is the way that we can get these minorities to vote.
How many more questions do we have time for, Jim?
I think we're ready for statements from our candidates.
These candidates will be around this weekend tonight. Certainly, if you have a specific question for a certain candidate, I'm sure they'd be more than happy to talk to you or hand you a pamphlet at some point after the debate is over. All right, we will start our closing statements. As a reminder to candidates, these are 2 minutes long. The yellow placard will go up after a minute and a half, and the red placard will go up when you have gotten to your full 2 minutes. All right, now we're back at the start. So, Dr. Belay, go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you and to all of the fellow candidates and moderators. This has been a very fantastic evening. I think a very civil debate or discussion. I can tell you who I am. I'm a hard worker. I'm a thorn in many people's side. I don't give up. I don't like the word no. When it comes to being told by someone who's bullying me, I can promise you that on any given day, I do have to deal with a tremendous amount of stress, and actually, my heart rate actually goes down when I'm in stress because I actually perform better in stressful situations. I can promise you that I have integrity. I want this party to do better. I think this party has tremendous potential. I think this is sort of like a small giant that just needs to be unlocked from its cage so it can grow. I think this message that we have is inherently right now in this country. This country is a ship that's listed. It's going to sink if we don't try to right it. I don't hear many people in either of the two major parties trying to do such. Last night we heard a president who wants to spin. All we can afford it. Basically living 30 years ago, we have the resources to do so. I think if everyone can get together with unity, this party can be better. I think we need to galvanize around whoever it is in this party we have chosen as a candidate, make this party grow. There's no room for animosity, no party factions in the Libertarian Party. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. 20 years ago, I ran for U.S. Senate in the state of Virginia against one of the most popular governors in the history of the state. I knew I wouldn't get one Republican vote, and I didn't care. The Democrats didn't run anybody because they knew they couldn't beat him, but I knew I wouldn't get one Democrat vote. I didn't care about that either. I mean, I'm calling for the abolition of public schooling. No Democrats. They all voted for the LaRouche in the race. My opponents in this party were mocking and ridiculing, saying you're going to get 0.01 with your open borders position and you're dismantling Social Security. You're going to get 0.01. I ended up with 7% of the statewide vote, proving that there is a constituency out there that loves our principles but will never vote for reform. As part of that campaign, I walked into the office of Pastor John O. Peterson, one of the most prominent ministers in this country. He got elected to the African American Hall of Fame. And I said, Pastor Peterson, he didn't know me from Adam. I didn't have any money. He knew I couldn't win. Pastor Peterson, this is what I stand for, open borders. What we're doing on the border is contrary to the principle of Christianity, to people there. I want to dismantle the national security state. I want to get rid of the welfare state, which has been disastrous for blacks, and I want to get rid of this racist on drugs. Into that conversation, Mr. I'm going to endorse your candidacy, and I want you to take this letter of endorsement to every black minister in this state, and I did. And I have no doubt that was a great weight of my 106,000 votes. Same with Hispanics. I took the same message to them about what's happening on the border. I'm saying that if we're going to lead America to freedom, and we can, we don't need to settle for 1%. I am certain this message is double what I did 20 years ago. We've made a lot of progress since then. And this is how we lead America to freedom, with our principles.
So I grew up really poor, grew up with an outhouse and no electricity. And I went on to found a number of large companies. And like I told you, I sold Trendfinder Networks in 2007 for $500 million. I've put $500,000 into my campaign so far, which is more than all the other candidates. We need money in order to get our message out. That's the bottom line. And I'm not waiting for the general election to do that. I've already been advertising for the last year on social media. Many of you have seen my ads. I have a couple of clear goals. I want to grow the Libertarian Party. I want every American to Google what is a Libertarian. And I want to start a national conversation about our rigged election system, about our rigged economy, or about our rigged healthcare system, about our rigged criminal justice system, about our rigged bureaucracy. And the only way to do that is to elevate our message, to get national attention so that we can get our message out and we can start a conversation in America. I've put together a great team of people. I have over 200 volunteers. We have many donors out there. And we are putting together a crew to get this, get our campaign going. Thank you.
We've talked about how important this election is going to be. It's not going to be about small things, right? It's going to be about big things. It's going to be about big ideas. It's our obligation to lead this charge. We talked about that. The reason I'm in this race, of all the things that don't need to be said tonight, let this be the most important thing that does not need to be said. I am obviously not the charm and good looks candidate in this race. I'm for leading the charge of credibility, of professionalism, running on a starkly differentiated platform that'll leave no mistake that we are not seeking common ground with Republicans and Democrats. I've worked for the White House as an economist. I've been a professional advocate in Washington for a decade of free markets. I've had my own business educating financial services executives. I have worked as a second career as a police officer. People listen because when it comes to the war on drugs, I've seen it and I've opposed it. People listen when I talk about monetary policy.
Jerry, I'm
and
getting
about
the time
fiscal
card.
policy.
I'm sorry.
Thanks,
We
Dan.
have a time card, but these should be 2 minutes, right? We
Yes, I do. I want
Yeah. I believe both
Sit down.
Dr. Belay and Jacob got 2 minutes, but then we may have only gotten 1 minute from Lars and 1 minute. I make sure everybody's being treated the same here. So another minute if you want it, Mike, and then Lars, we can get another minute from you if you'd like. I apologize for that.
I'll just wrap up where I'm going with this. I have worked for the White House in terms of capping federal spending. I know how to get that done. That's why people listen. I have worked with Federal Reserve economists for decades. When I oppose monetary policy, when I say end the Fed, I've got a plan. It's on my website. You can read about it in the brochure. I've got a plan to end the Federal Reserve System and replace it with a rules-based system that will make our currency better in the long run. This is why people listen. Not because I'm the charm and good looks candidate, right? It's because I've been there, I've done that, I've opposed our government. We need that credibility to lead the charge. Thanks a lot.
All right, Lars, yeah. Go ahead and take it.
Okay, I'll go.
Sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah, no problem. So what I wanted to finish up with was that I have a professional team ready to launch after I get the nomination to get my plan into action. If you want to win an electoral vote on election night, if you want to get national, I need you to show up for me and be a delegate. Money is going to be after in this election. Kennedy's going to be taking a lot of it off the table, so we're going to be strapped right now. I'm the only candidate with the resources and the knowledge to get this campaign to the end and achieve the goals that I'm trying to do. Thank you.
All right.
So Mike dropped the mantle. Looks good. So I'll just pick it up. No, all seriousness, my name is Chase Oliver. I want to be the Libertarian candidate for president because I know there are voters out there who are sick and tired of being sick and tired. And all of them have at least one libertarian issue. For me, I was an anti-war Democrat. I walked into a Libertarian Party at Georgia tent, and the person there said, "What matters to you?" And I said, "I'm anti-war. I oppose the war on terror with every fiber of my being." The next words out of his mouth were, "Welcome home." That's the kind of evangelical libertarian we need to be in this race. We need to connect with each and every voter who has their libertarian issue. Are you tired of seeing our tax money be used to go kill kids overseas with military bombs? Welcome home to liberty. Are you tired of seeing immigrants being abused at our border instead of being able to allow to come here and work and have their American dream? Welcome home to liberty. Are you tired of your kids' schools? Welcome home to liberty. Are you tired of the abuses of eminent domain? Welcome to liberty. That's the kind of messenger we need to have in 2024. Because that's how we build ourselves up and we bring millions of people into the tent for liberty. That's how we start winning elections all over the country. That's how we can no longer be ignored by the two old parties that exist. And when I say old parties, I don't just mean the ages of their candidates, but I mean the ages of their ideas. They're old, broken, 20th century ideas, and it's time that we bring liberty into the 21st century. I'm ready to do that. Are you ready to do that? Exactly. I'm going to work with each and every one of these candidates right here on stage and each and every one of you to push the message of liberty out there loud and proud. No wars, no more abuses, no more taking our tax money and having it used against us. The line is drawn here. We will go no further, and we are going to build this party up from the foundation, brick by brick, so we can tear the state down. And that's what I'm going to do with each and every one of you. Join the hundreds of volunteers we have. We've got the most donors. We've traveled the most miles. We've gotten the most media. But we need your help to push ourselves through nomination. Join the Libertarian Party. Get your friends to join. And if you're a delegate, I need your support. Go to votechaseoliver.com. Join the team. Join the movement now. And let's free this country.
Forums are a lot of fun. We get all these softball questions that we all agree on, and but what happens is once you get elected, or once you run for national office, the questions that we get from the media are not necessarily so soft. They're hard, and one of the questions is like, why should anybody take you serious? You never get elected. You never do the things that you're saying you do. And of course, I'm the candidate. I can say, well, no, that's not true. I have actually done the things that we say we're going to do. And but if I don't get the nomination, I want all of you guys to say, when you get that question, is I know a guy, and this is what he did. So, but anyway, that's what we are. We're not I don't think we should be a debating society. We should be a political party, and we need to run.
First off, I want to start with Chase is right. I outkicked my coverage. I have the most beautiful wife in the whole world at all time. We're raising 7 children in our home. 7 children. A lot of people ask me, why are you doing this? Why are you running for president? All things. That's my why. My eldest of which is here today, Adric. Thanks for coming, buddy. It's either him or the dog. I had to pick one for the tribe, but look, we're at a moment in time where we're either the hard men that create times, or children are going to have to be the hard men that create good times. And I'm sick of thinking my children are going to be dealing with the same Iraq war that I've been dealing with since I was 6 years old, or heaven forbid, back in Afghanistan, or starving Yemeni children. I'm just sick of it. We need to connect with blue collar middle class of America. These are the people, like I said, that have been most harmed. A lot of veterans, a lot of people that have watched these wars rage on and on and on. These people don't understand maybe that the Federal Reserve is hurting them, or that the federal government is subsidizing the separation of families through paying states $1 for every 88 cents they spend separating families. We need somebody that's been there, that's done that, been through the family law system, as many of you probably know that I have. Somebody who's actually been to the warfare state and been a part of the warfare state and understands that this doesn't benefit Americans at all. Somebody who gets up every morning and puts on work boots. When's the last time we had anybody running for president that does that? And I think it's really important, because if we're going to connect with people, we have to be those people. So, if you want a guy who gets up every morning and puts on work boots and raises a family and has gone through all the same things that most Americans go through on a daily basis, somebody's going to go out there and talk about the warfare state confidently. Somebody's going to go out there and talk about the Federal Reserve and how it's harming our money. Somebody's going to talk about the separation of families. Somebody's going to talk about punishing the COVID regime. I'm the guy. Please go to joshuasmith2024.com and check us out there. Thanks.
All right, please give all of our candidates a round of applause for their job in tonight's forum. Also, please, a round of applause for Dr. Jorgensen for helping moderate tonight. Before everyone leaves, State Chair and Ballot Access Director Bill Redpath would like to address the audience here tonight.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everyone who had anything to do with this event. All right, there are too many people, and even Joshua Smith, who said I used to drone on at LNC meetings about ballot access. Thanks to Joshua anyway, because Joshua, every time I don't drone on about it, and I'm not going to do it right now because you got a party to go to, and I don't want to take, but I just want to talk about ballot access, and that is we've got the queue in Illinois this year. It's horrible. The ballot access laws in this state are reprehensibly awful. It is not befitting a nation that holds itself out to be a beacon of democracy. We're talking 25,000 ballot signatures to put the Libertarian Party presidential ticket on the ballot to be gathered within 90 days. Tuesday, March 26th, 24th June, which is, and right now it's incredible what it costs to pay petitioners these days. Paid petitioners. I got a quote recently from someone who said he would come to Illinois if we paid him between $7 and $10 per signature. There's somebody right now who petitioned here in Illinois, 2022. He's out there earning $8 right now petitioning for our and I don't begrudge anybody earning an honest living there, but that's what we're up against these days. And they're both good pictures, but that's what it's so. And I don't know that we can really raise. What we need is we're going to try to raise some money. But we really need a good volunteer. I pledged 1,300 signatures, and I may increase that 1,300 signatures. Which is 100 signatures a week, 1,300. If you multiply that, it's 35,100. That would probably be enough to total signatures to get 25 signatures. So, but what we need is people to pledge to go get, if do the math, if we had 100 people do 250 valid signatures each, it'd get done without spending at all. So I just ask that you look within yourself and ask yourself, what can I do in terms of number of signatures I can go out and gather? I will give you direction, suggestions. I will help you as much as I can, and other people in this party will as well. But please look within yourself, and you can email me your pledge of the number of signatures you get at chair@illinois.org, chair@illinois.org. I will not be able to join you at the party this evening, but Justin Tucker will be there. Give him a pledge, your name, your number, pledge you get. If we all pull together, we can make this a success and get the LP president on the ballot in Illinois in 2024. Thank you very much. Case, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a great time.